Graham, Eduardo Luna Diaz, Danny Martinez, they're tied at the top of the leaderboard. Quarter horse jockeys this season with 20 wins apiece. Edgar Diaz with 15 victories here this season. And Rolando Pena with 13 wins. Today's quarter four jockeys are Eduardo Luna Diaz, Danny Martinez, Edgar Diaz, and Rolando Pena. Stop by the Flirts Thrower OTB counter and register to win drawings today for quarter four, courtesy of the QHRAI. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, cavalry's coming, uses a flipping halter. CC Relfast, one of the Jesse Vasquez trained two here in the maiden. 300 yards. That's at the top of the card. KLT first flying. Alberto Serran looks like Mom has the rail draw. Up comes the daughter of Corona Cartel. Looks like Mom. Coltrane SM loaded into the starting gate. 3 back. Danny Martinez. Dangerous Corona. Like Folly's Moon, both here for Tony Cunningham. Turquoise cap of Folly's Moon coming up. 300 yards here at the top of an 11 race old quarter horse card. One more. Fine Dynasty, co-leading quarter horse jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz with 20 wins here this season. Up comes Fine Dynasty. 6-5 the first favorite. Main track fast under sunny skies. They're in the game. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, looks like Mom and Dangerous Corona both out to lightning quick starts. They lead the maiden past the 220. Mr. Back for the prize in the middle with CC Relfast. And here's Fine Dynasty with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Fine Dynasty comes to the forefront and pulls away. Fine Dynasty has won it from Coltrane SM with CC Relfast with Dangerous Corona and looks like Mom in the Saturday opener. Nine, Fine Dynasty, 2-5. First favorite home takes out the maiden. The judges have called for photos in back of Fine Dynasty. Clear-cut winner. Leading quarter horse jockey this season, Eduardo Luna Diaz. This is 21st of the meet. Closing day of the season here, November the 13th. 9, Fine Dynasty, 2-5 first. Stand by for the second, third, fourth, and the fifth for the 10-cent grand high five, that Pentafecta carryover in the first. 15.583 seconds was the 300-yard clocking. Fast track after the maiden. Fine Dynasty in a time of 15.583 here at the top of the card. Result of the photos, finishing second, was number 8 Coltrane SM at 12-1. 2 Dangerous Corona, 9-1 third. 1 Looks Like Mom, 9-1 fourth. And for that 10-cent grand high five, the 7 CC Relfast finished fifth. 9-8, 2-1-7, 15.583. One of today's quarter four jockeys. The contest presented by the QHRAI. And the leading quarter horse jockey here this season is Eduardo Luna Diaz. Takes out the first of the day in the Murphy Trailer Circle winner's circle with the 9 Fine Dynasty. Fine Dynasty is a 3-year-old brown gelding by FDD Dynasty. Out of the Foosmare, She Forgives. James K. Goodnight trains for Brooklyn Owens. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Fine Dynasty was the odds-on first favorite official. First results in, 9-8 exacta, $17.60. 50-cent trifecta, Dangerous Corona third, it took a photo, $24 even. Looks Like Mom fourth, it took a photo for the superfecta. 9821 paid $38.56. CC Relfast fifth in the maiden. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, $335.57. In the first of the morning, 10 was a non-runner, favorite first. 9 ran, fast track 15.583 seconds. 19 minutes away, race 2. Maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 AB Seis Reinas, the 12 WRS Cyber Fame. Scratch the 13, keep the bar playing, and 14 pistols firing. 1, 2, 3. 11, 12, 13, and 14, the also eligibles all have been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, another 10-cent grand high five, pentafecta featured on the card, double pick 3. Start to the $1 early pick 4. Fast track, post time 11:13. In all cases, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early throughout the morning and afternoon early if you can. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the Quarter Horse Maiden. Hope you had a bet on Fine Dynasty. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, Looks Like Mom and Dangerous Corona both out to lightning quick starts. They lead the maiden past the 220. Mr. Back for the prize in the middle with CC Relfast. And here's Fine Dynasty with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Fine Dynasty comes to the forefront and pulls away. Fine Dynasty has won it from Coltrane SM with CC Relfast with Dangerous Corona. Once again, it's free to sign up for today's quarter four contest, courtesy of QHRAI. After Eduardo Luna Diaz took out the maiden first on board Odds On Fine Dynasty, $20 race wager to Kent Rosier, picking up that $20 race wager in today's quarter four contest, courtesy of QHRAI. Stop by the first floor OTB, free to sign up today.
All right, well, we're here upstairs, but we'll be downstairs watching everything in person shortly. Very exciting first race, a huge close from the outside by Fine Dynasty. And of course, current leading rider Eduardo Diaz did not surprise. He's been amazing. That was his 21st win of the season. Very talented young man riding for quite a few people, usually the Eggleston's barn, but this time was Mr. Goodnight. Anyway, we're going to go to the paddock and take a look at a few of the horses in this. It's a $17,000 maiden for 2-year-old quarter horses. They'll be traveling 300 yards. My top selection, actually I had the 11, but the also eligibles are scratched, so we're not going with him. We're going with number 2, TW Girls Gray Corona. Fourth start of the meet for this gelding by KVN Corona. KVN Corona was an amazing racehorse, and you could see this gelding got his coloring from his daddy. Beautiful, striking gray. Breeder and owner Thomas Wiley has had some very nice horses here this meet, and of course the training duties are Natasha Perez, who's been amazing, and really good race for this horse back on August 9th in the trial under Diego Bocanegra, who has the return call. That's my top choice, the number 2, and now we're going to go to number 7, and that's Leonard. I think I always pronounce it right. It could be Leonard, could be, but Leonard Skinner if you like it, or just Leonard if you like the spelling. But Tony Cunningham owns and trains this gelding, Oklahoma-bred gelding by Valiant Hero, second by a neck on August 8th, and that was in a maiden. And here's the deal with these 2-year-olds. You know, some of them will fire first out, but others will need a start. And of course, look at them in the paddock, glistening, gorgeous. And Tony, oh my gosh, Tony and his go-to rider, Danny Martinez, second in the standings. Tony's been the leading quarter horse trainer several times. He's an amazing guy. He has to go back and forth to his farm in Michigan. I mean, 4 hours on the road, but it's nothing for Tony. He also trains some thoroughbreds too. So Leonard, I think Tony's got 25 wins for the season. Leonard looks like he could be up there for him. Now, next up, let's go to a filly. And as we talked about in the pre-show, the girls match up with the boys very nicely in quarter horse racing. It's a lot of fun to watch. So this number 8 is Kiss My Favorite Dash, Lasix, first time Lasix for trainer Tim Eggleston. And this filly is, and Eduardo, our leading rider, has the call. I love the pedigree because you know me, I love Kiss My Hawks. Kiss My Hawks was an actual amazing futurity champion, set a track record at Sam Houston in his debut. That was a trial for the Sam Houston Futurity, won that, and then went on to win a graded stakes at Ruidoso Downs before turning into a stud, and boy, he has been a super stud, has beautiful, glistening, gorgeous horses. So first out, sometimes these horses might need a break, might need just a little more experience, but with Tony, you just never know. And then if we're looking for one more horse, we want to go a little deeper in the exotics. Look at number 6. He's cross-firing. Just Different is the sire for this gelding, and had a few starts, and not bad. He started with an 8th and moved into a 3rd in a maiden, and then he exits a 4th place finish in the Murray Hulman overnight stakes. So that was a $34,000 race. So the drop in class could be a little bit for this horse, who is trained by Shauna Martin. Shauna is an amazing member of our training colony. Of course, her dad was a prominent member of the industry and a great trainer, Paul Martin himself. So Shauna, you got to look out for her horses. She had a really nice win last week with a price. So I'm going with numbers 2, 7, 8, 6 in our second race. We've got 11 races totally. Our stake action gets underway in race 6. And between me and Louie, we're going to have you covered for our great 5th all quarter horse day. Good luck to all the connections.
G-Note bringing the horses onto the track for the second race. This maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 AB Seis Reinas, 12 WRS Cyberfame. Take out 13, keep the bar playing, and scratch 14, pistols firing, 1, 2, 3. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14, all have been scratched. Race 2 of 11 on the card, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta. Wager featured, double pick 3, start to the $1 early pick 4, fast track, and getting closer to a start. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez rides favorite Bandit, uses a flipping halter. The first of 10 to move into the starting gate here. Maiden Juvenile Dash over the 300 yards. First time starter, don't you see? The joint favorite Bandit. He's cross-firing coming up. Diego Bocanegra, TW Girls Great Corona. 6-5 favorite. TW Girls Great Corona. Leonard loads. Favorite first prize. Kiss My Famous Dash. Eduardo Luna Diaz riding for the opening double. Leading quarter horse trainer Tim Eggleston with 33 wins here this season. Kiss My Famous Dash in. AP Valiant Princess drew 5. 2 back. Up comes Apolitical Elmo. TW Girls Great Corona, 8-5 favorite. Apolitical Elmo going in. One more, Francisco Quintero with MG Blue Moon. Like Leonard, both here in the maiden juvenile dash. For Tony Cunningham, second of the morning. They're in the gate. And they're off. Leonard broke sharp. Nearest the inside, the grain. TW Girls Great Corona past the 220. He's cross-firing in the middle of the field. Here comes Kiss My Famous Dash and MG Blue Moon. But it's Leonard with Danny Martinez. And Leonard out to the maiden juvenile ranks from TW Girls Great Corona. Kiss My Famous Dash, Apolitical Elmo, and MG Blue Moon. Seven, 2, and then a show photo. Third, fourth, and standby for the fifth from the judges after the maiden juvenile dash. 7, Leonard. At 5-2 first. Number 2, 2W Girls Great Corona. 2-1. Post-time favorite was the runner-up, Leonard. Open margin, TW Girls Great Corona. Then a bunch finish. Danny Martinez, one of today's quarter 4 jockeys. We'll be giving away another $20 race wager courtesy of the QHRAI. Danny Martinez with his 21st win of the quarter horse season. That's tied for tops. The judges have posted number 8, Kiss My Famous Dash 3rd, 9, Apolitical Elmo 4th, and 6, He's Cross-Firing, finished 5th over MG Blue Moon. 7, 2, 8, 9, 6, He's Cross-Firing for the Pentafecta. 15.641 seconds, fast track, no wind. 15.641 after the running of race 2. Race 2 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 7, Leonard, with Danny Martinez. This is co-leading 21st win of the season. Leonard is a 2-year-old brown gelding by Valiant Hero out of the He's Relentless Mare. OE 55, owned and trained by Tony Cunningham. The win was bred in Oklahoma by William E. Smith. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Leonard out to the maiden juvenile ranks this morning. 7-2 Exacta, returned $28.80. 50-cent trifecta and even $52. He's cross-firing, gets into the pentafecta. 7-2-8-9, he's cross-firing the 6, ran 5th. The 10-cent grand high 5 paid $409.83. 9 and 7, the opening double, Fine Dynasty to Leonard, $15.20. A Political Elmo 4th, 10-cent superfecta. That's 7-2-8-9 for $321.43. 15.641 seconds after the maiden juvenile dash, 15.641. 18 minutes away, race 3 is our next port of call. Allowance dasher with a 300 yards. Once again, scratch the also eligibles. 11 You Drive Baby, 12 Keeney's Final Gift, and 13 Special Bad Habit. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, 12, and the number 13. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Grand High 5, Pentafecta wagering featured again on the card. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 11:41. One of our quarter 4 jockeys here today was Danny Martinez, taking out that maiden juvenile dash. On board Leonard for Tony Cunningham, and Lisa Such picking up a $20 race wager. Today's quarter 4 contest, free to sign up, First Floor OTB, presented by QHREI. Congratulations to Lisa, picking up a $20 race wager in today's quarter 4. And the Roth. Leonard broke sharp. Nearest the inside, the grain. TW Girls Great Corona past the 220. He's cross-firing in the middle of the field. Here comes Kiss My Famous Dash and MG Blue Moon. But it's Leonard with Danny Martinez. And Leonard out to the maiden juvenile ranks from TW Girls Great Corona. Kiss My Famous Dash, a political. And the Roth. Leonard broke sharp.
All right, welcome back in ahead of race 3 up here. Quarter horse day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Louis Rabeau hanging out with you for the day favorite, second favorite in so far. And of course, two of our jockeys as part of the quarter 4 contest have won already on the card today, Eduardo Diaz and Daniel Martinez. I'm going to pick another one of those jockeys to go ahead and win here in Rolando Pena, who's going to be riding for Tim Eggleston aboard the 10 horse in here, Our Love Interest, down there in the paddock right now, getting everything saddled up and ready to go with this one. I thought an interesting entry here for Tim Eggleston, who, if he's not the dean of quarter horse racing up here, is certainly in that group. I love the outside post for this one. A little bit less work to do potentially in traffic for the 10 horse breaking from the outside. By the way, adore the fact that this horse has drifted to 8-1 on the line, but I do love the outside post, and the work most recently, over 220 yards just the other day on August 9th, pointed to a horse that's in good form right now, ran that in 11:43, the best of 6 runners that day, going to 220 in the workout. I love the Eggleston stats in here as well. 45% hitting the board, 18% winners as well. The two of them together hitting it a solid 13%. I think that outside post will help as that horse drifts to 7-1. Your likely favorite or second favorite here, oh goodness, okay, will be the 2 horse here in Jazzy's Encore, riding in the out of the Rodriguez barn, I should say. German Rodriguez, of course, both the trainer and the jock on this one. Impressive maiden winner at the distance. I think 300 is the distance here for the 2 in Jazzy's Encore. I think we'll get a good trip here and should be part of the equation there, looking really solid in the paddock as well. Was not having any kinds of issues at all when they were putting on the blinkers. Looks like they've got a little bit of the halfers there aboard, but should work well from the 2 as well. I then went to the 9 toward the outside, breaking next to my favorite in this race. And look, this is a race for DNA Political Fighter, I think sets up really well. Has been in the mix the last 3 races, and so often in quarter horse racing we'll see a 5th place finish and think, oh my goodness, how up the track were we? Well, by a length and a quarter. And yes, in quarter horse racing that's quite a bit, but this is one that has steadily improved as far as its placing. 5th 2 back, but 2nd last out against non-2 lifers. We get into that company again today, so I think that 3-1 price is probably really fair on the 2, and as we get outside with the 9, that 8-1 price is especially fair. And I also want to draw your attention to the 4 here in Magnum Beach. The speed figures are on the improve for this one. And this is a horse, a 3-year-old that's just improving as we go. Sometimes we forget that with these horses in these older groups, if they are 3 years old, they're still on the developing trail, and this seems to be one of those as well. Jockey Fernando Marin having a fine meet as well, hitting at 15% with winners, 42% hitting the board as well. And I do think the 300-yard distance here for this one might be ideal. I think in that last race at 250 yards, if it had been 300 yards, we might be talking about Magnum Beach not even being eligible for this race because of having 2 wins. So I am 10-2, 9-4. I'm obviously trying to beat the 8, the favorite Super Hobby here. That's been a bad tact early in the card, but we'll try to do that here. Stay tuned. We've got 8 more races after this on a beautiful, fast day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll see you after race 3.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track now for the third race. This dash over the 300 yards, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 You Drive Baby, 12 Keeney's Final Gift, and 13 Special Bad Habits. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering featured here. Double pick 3. Get your wagers in. Close to post. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Super Javi. Grano Dioro uses a flipping halter. DNA Political Fighter to post position number 9. She's a Bolt of Fire coming up has the rail draw. Eduardo Luna Diaz won the opener. Fine Dynasty and Leonard. First two maiden winners. She's a Bolt of Fire. Now Jazzy's Encore in the blue. Runaway Deluxe has moved into the starting gate. Magnum Beach. Two back. Francisco Quintero with AP Tempting Blue Eye drew 5. Jazzy's Encore 8-5 favorite with German Rodriguez. AP Tempting Blue Eye joins at 23-1 odds. One more Rolanda Pina with Our Love Interest. Like She's a Bolt of Fire, both here for Tim Eggleston over the 300 yards. Fast track. They're in the game. Ready. And they're off. Fast starts for She's a Bolt of Fire from the rail. Jazzy's Encore pursues past the 220. In the center is Grano D'Oro. Here comes a charge now by Super Javi with DNA Political Fighter. Super Javi! Super Javi hits the front. Super Javi! In a photo with Grano D'Oro, DNA Political Fighter, and Jazzy's Encore finished fourth. Photo finish. Photos, please hold on ticket. Eight, 3. 9-2, the 10 ran fifth for the Pentafecta, 15.584 seconds. The judges have posted number 8, Super Javi first. 3, Grano D'Oro at 86-1 on the runner-up. Number 9, DNA Political Fighter at 5-2 third. 2, Jazzy's Encore, 5-2 fourth. And 10, Our Love Interest for the Pentafecta. 15.584 Isidro Banuelos on the Saturday score sheet. Here for Corin Garcia. Super Javi was 9-2. The result of the third race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 8 Super Javi, onto the hands of Isidro Bamoberos. Super Javi is a 4-year-old brown gelding by every chick's favorite. Out of the Southern Cartel mare, Southern Honeymoon. The winner was bred here in Indiana by owner Ricardo Candia. And congratulations to Corinne Garcia with the victory here. Super Javi winning the third at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to Corinne. A3 Exacta combining Super Javi with long odds Grano d'Oro. Here are the pays. 8-3 Exacta, $838.80, 50-cent trifecta, $987.20, 7-8 double, $42.40. The 10-cent superfecta, $710.85. Jazzy's Encore ran fourth. Our Love Interest was fifth. There were no tickets with the Grand High Five. That'll carry over to race 4. The pick 3, $23.35, and again featured on the fourth race will be that 10-cent Grand High Five carryover of $1,164. So that's a 10-cent Grand High Five carryover. Rolling on to the fourth. The next dash over the 330. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 Shirley 2-4, 12 Eos Bit Chin Babe. Take out 13 MG Fresca and 14 Fancy Demo. Scratch the also eligibles 11 through the number 14. All have been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. We noted the 10-cent pentafecta carryover, getting $1,164. Post time in 17 minutes at 12:09. And the Roth. Fast starts for She's a Bolt of Fire from the rail. Jazzy's Encore pursues past the 220. In the center is Grano d'Oro. Here comes a charge now by Super Javi with DNA Political Fighter. Super Javi! Super Javi hits the front. Super Javi in a photo with Grano d'Oro, DNA Political Fighter, and Jazzy. And the Roth.
All right, race 3 in the books. Early pick 3 already done here on Quarter Horse Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm Louis Rabeau. In today, it said special guest. My mom always said I was special. So thanks for hanging out with us today. Race 4 is another allowance race. We're going 330 yards here. This is for 3 and up who have never won 2 races. So a simple non-2 lifer here. Isidro Banuelos gets on the board with a win in race 3. A non-quarter 4 jock finally does win one of the races here on Quarter Horse Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And I went a little bit of a different way here, the betting public finding this a little bit different, but I did land on the 8 horse in this one on top because of the class drop. And so we will hope that the move into the non-2 lifer company will be the right move for this one. And you can see that one getting saddled in the paddock right now in Sweet and Hot. Luna Diaz does get the mount here for the Garcia barn. This is one coming out of that QHRAI Derby. Ran 8th in that race, 3 lengths back in it. I just think that we're getting back to a distance that's going to be a little bit more up this horse's alley. Last time we saw this one in Oklahoma bred company at Remington Park at 300 yards was super, super competitive. So I think the 330 will be right in line with what this horse wants to do. Love that 5-1 price. And we're seeing horses, notice, early in the card so far. 9-hole, 7-hole, and now the 8-hole. Horses in the middle of the track toward the outside are winning these races, so I feel pretty good about the 8-horse here in Sweet and Hot coming in and this one. Move over to the 5-horse here, Beach and Famous. No beach around here for sure, but this one was in a trial earlier on, finishing a good third by a neck, part of a blanket finish last out here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's only ever run here, and frankly, 7 times being in the money. In the top 3 in 8 runs here, has never run at the 330-yard distance, so we'll have to try that for the first time, but has had success both at the 300 and at the 350 mostly at the 350 distance, so should be okay here in this one. Does get a little bit of a weight break too. Drops 5 pounds from the last time this one was up, so only has to carry 126 today rather than 131, which this horse has done for much of its career, has been in those trials, has been in those sorts of races. Again, a little bit of class drop here, so 8-5 for me on top. And the 9 horse here I thought was interesting as well as we continue to move along through race 4 here. Another class dropper in this spot, and we get that combination of Ricardo Martinez and Munoz here, and it's an interesting one because they have won a solid 24% of their races here. Number is ticked up almost double the morning line, up to 11-1 here for MG Kongura in this spot. Has been running in other races here, was in the Paul Martin last out in the stakes company here. Gets to drop back in where this horse won at the distance in maiden company amongst here at Indianapolis, that Vasquez-Gomez combination here for that one. And the 2 horse toward the inside too will be an interesting one in Skyline Spirit. 20-1 on the morning line, has drifted down and cut hers in half here to 10-1, this 4-year-old mare we last saw in stakes company, as well is coming in from out of state, but when was at Indianapolis, unfortunately 0 for 13, but does have 4 third-place finishes. We're seeing nice pays today in both those trifecta, superfecta, and also in those penafecta pays so far. The 2 horse might be one that you definitely want to throw into your tickets that way. So again, 8, 5, 9, and 2 for me in this one. Good luck with those wagers. We'll be back after this race. I think we're going to start throwing some t-shirts and all the other fun things that are happening here. If you are on site, got your kids up here on the 2nd floor, make sure they go check out the QHRAI face painting table, open until 2 o'clock here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck in race 4.
Stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. This dash over the 330 yards. A field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 Shirley 2-4. 12 EOS Bit Chin Babe. Take out 13 MG Fresca and scratch 14 Fancy Demo. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 through the number 14. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. There's a carryover. Here are the 10-cent grand high 5. The Pentafecta carryover stands at $1,164. Fast track, 1 minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this dash over the 330 yards. Francisco Quintero with Mr. Birdman. Uses a flipping halter. Skyline Spirit has moved in next door to Mr. Birdman. Kato Fong. MG Kangora loads. Beach and Famous, the 6-5 favorite. Corona in fire. Danny Martinez has a win this morning. Corona coming through, uses a flipping halter. Sweet and Hot. Now Rolando Pena with Beach and Famous, true 5. 2 back. Martin Munoz with Gringo. One more, Alberto Serran with Attempting. Beach and Famous, 3-2 favorite. 330 yards. Fast track, no wind. Under bright sunny skies, they're in the gate. And the Roth, Mr. Birdman bobbled. Sharply away is Kato Fong. Here comes a charge from MG Kangora. Sweet and Hot involved. 110 yards to go. It is Kato Fong. Here's Sweet and Hot. And on the outside, Attempting. Sweet and Hot wins it clear. Sweet and Hot on the wire from Attempting with Kato Fong. And then Mr. Birdman and MG Kangora. Ain't Sweet and Hot. 2-1 first. The judges will examine photos before posting the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of the pentafecta. Here's the slow-mo, Sweet and Hot. With Attempting. Heads apart for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sweet and Hot, another win on the card for Eduardo Luna Diaz. Tops the quarter horse jockey standings. Another on the day for Corinne Garcia. It's Sweet and Hot at 2-1. The judges have posted number 10, Attempting second at 9-1. For Kato Fong, 16-1 third. After a photo, 1 Mr. Birdman, 11-1 fourth, and 6 MG Kangora fifth. For the pentafecta that featured a carryover going in 16.748 seconds for Sweet and Hot, 8-10 for 1-6. Race 4 official in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 8, Sweet and Hot, riding double for Eduardo Luna Diaz. Sweet and Hot is a 3-year-old sorrel colt by Sweet Jess out of Hot Lil Lessa by Walk Through Fire. A couple of wins on the card for Corinne Garcia, training here for Angel Gonzalez. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sweet and Hot. 2-1 winner, 16.748 seconds, fast no wind. 810 exacta, $61.50 trifecta, $169.80. 8-day double, $25.80 for that Garcia double. 10-cent superfecta, $207.37 with MG Kangora 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta paid $814.23. And the pick 3, $60.30. 16.748 seconds after the running of race 4. Race 5 of 11. Made a juvenile dasher with a 300 yards next. Scratch the 4, TW Streakin' Cowboy. The 8, Prissy's Texas Moon. Scratch 11, Undeniable. The 12, Bayou Barbie. Take out 13, RR Coronado's Cash. And the 14, VM Girls Flying Higher. Scratch 4-8. 11 through the number 14, all have been scratched. 10, Joyful Dynasty, the jockey Alberto Serran. Alberto Serran rides 10, Joyful Dynasty. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5, rolling doubles, and pick 3s roll on. Fast track here under bright sunny skies, post time 12:37. In a moment, we'll be going down to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle to check in with G-Note and Darbs.
All right, Horseshoe fans, it is now time for the social media check-in contest. If you'd like to win some free prizes, head to the winner's circle with your phone showing that you follow us on X, Facebook, or YouTube at Horseshoe Indy Racing.
And the Roth, Mr. Birdman bobbled sharply away is Kato Fong. Here comes a charge from MG Kangora, Sweet and Hot involved. 110 yards to go. It is Kato Fong. Here's Sweet and Hot, and on the outside, attempting Sweet and Hot wins it clear. Sweet and Hot on the wire from attempting with Kato Fong, and then Mr. Birdman.
All right, back here talking about our fifth race, but before we do, 4 races, quite a few 2-year-olds, and boy, did we have some rockin' sock'em stretch runs. It's kind of crazy. If you haven't seen a lot of quarter horse races, they have to break fast and try and make that straight path to the wire. We saw a little bit of a mix today, but you know, a shout out to our jockeys for being such incredible athletes. I think if you've ever heard that jockeys are underrated athletes, go watch a few of our replays from the first 4 races today, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Anyway, glorious day here for our 5th all quarter horse day. Louis done a great job with his last 2 races. I'm going to take over for these next 2, and then we'll be together in the winner's circle outside doing previews and recapping our stakes action. All right, so we're going to go to the paddock for a $17,000 maiden. We've got the 2-year-olds again back in action. Did have several scratches because we've got a monster. My top pick, I think all of our top picks is coming up, but we do scratch the 4, 8, and the 11, 12, 13. But let's go to the paddock and take a look at the heavy favorite. It's number 5, Remember the Queen. This is a filly by Cyber Monday, kind of one of these up-and-coming rising stallions. Very good racehorse and now producing some super horses. A heavy favorite. Hard to believe that the horse hasn't broken the maiden because it's a Tim Eggleston and Eduardo Diaz combination. Exits the final of the 172,000 Heartland Futurity. That was last month, and of course in that race he was 5th. She was 5th to He's a Hawkeye, who won that race convincingly. So I've always said it's not a matter of getting beat. Who are you getting beat by? And when you're getting beat by a horse of the magnitude already, Futurity, 2-time Futurity winner, could be 3-time before the day's over. He's a Hawkeye. There's nothing wrong with that. Tim is no stranger to conditioning top juveniles. Of course, he had that impressive red-headed Beach who won 3 Futurities back in 2023. Always like to give a shout out to him. That was a history maker here at Horseshoe Indy. All right, so we did have a couple more scratches, but I'll go next to number 7, Last Famous Eagle. And we got Sean. I admire her very much. Shauna Martin. I think I talked about her in a previous preview. And you know, she's got some really nice horses, and obviously this is a colt by This Is an Eagle. This Is an Eagle was a Futurity winner in Texas, so good pedigree there. And Last Famous Eagle has made 4 starts, exits the 34,000 Mari Hulman overnight. That was on July 31st. Had a troubled break, and as we talk about often, you've got to have a good break and a straight path to the wire, and that wasn't the case for Last Famous Eagle last out. But today could be a very different scenario for this nice colt who will be ridden by Jorge Torres today. All right, now we're going to go to number 6, and that's Apolitical Essence, who ships in for, and I got Louis on this one. I said, what are the initials? FMT, Fair Meadows at Tulsa. So we've seen that trainer James Goodnight has brought in some horses from the Oklahoma area. He won the opener with one of those coming from the far outside and just flying to the wire. So this horse is a filly. She's a filly by Apolitical Jess, one of the top overall stallions in AQHA rankings. Very, very proficient, gorgeous. Look at the amazing looks on this horse, the shine, beautiful looking horse. And only 1 start for Apolitical Essence. That was at Fair Meadows at Tulsa on a sloppy track. So making her debut today, it was a 6th place finish in her opener, but she looks like she kind of enjoys the paddock at Horseshoe Indy. Very, very nicely turned out young horse, 2-year-old. And her rider today is going to be Rolando Pena, and you know how successful he's been. He was a rider of Red-Headed Beach a couple years ago. And then just one more horse that we will talk about. Oh, maybe I flip-flopped that. Okay, we'll go number 9. Okay, let's talk about, did I mess up? Oh, sorry. Okay, we're going to go with number 9 as my final selection, and that's Ellie Luna. Now, this is a second-time starter, very similar. And not a whole lot of thing to look at other than the nice pedigree, FDD Dynasty, out of an Apolitical Jess mare. So you've got some good looking stuff in the paddock. Guadalupe Arevalo and Fernando Morin are pretty much 2 overlooked members of our racing community. they're both in the money 40% of the time. So obviously they got some good pedigree. They've got some good racing results to their credit. And Ellie Luna is a filly. I think she's not. Oh yeah, I think yeah, she's up there, 15-1. But you sometimes have to put in a longer shot in your top picks. So we're gonna go. Forgive me, guys, if I mess this up because they're looking at me like. So anyway, there we go. 5, 7, 6, 9 for my top 4. Oh, there we go. And anyway, these are 2-year-olds. So remember, first time experience for several of them, and you just hope that maybe the horse can. Be able to get the hang of it. We have plenty more action coming up. The meet doesn't end until November, and we've got several more futurities and derbies coming up as we wind into the latter part of the season. So this gives you an opportunity with the horsemen and their 2-year-olds. They want to get a couple starts in them. Not all horses are ready to begin their career at the beginning of the season. Nationally, they're not either. Sometimes in Louisiana, the horsemen will wait till the end of the year to get them a little more seasoning. So it's not uncommon for that. All right, well, we have 4 minutes to post for our 5th race. Plenty more action as the card progresses, and toward the end, you're going to see some blockbuster stakes. The final of the Stallion Service Auction Derby, followed by the final of the Stallion Service Auction Futurity. Good luck to all, and we'll see you back for the preview of race 6.
Nice job, Horseshoe Indianapolis, as Gary the Bugler brings horses on the track for the 5th race. This quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Fast track on this beautiful Saturday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Scratch the 4 TW Streaking Cowboy, 8 Prissy's Texas Moon. Take out 11 Undeniable, 12 Bayou Barbie. Scratch 13 RR Coronado's Cash, and 14 VM Girls Flying Higher. Recapping, scratch the 4-8, 11 through the number 14, all have been withdrawn. 10 Joyful Dynasty, the jockey Alberto Serran on 10 Joyful Dynasty. Making her bow, 300 yards, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Getting closer to a start. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. F.A. Lilies of Winds uses a flipping halter. She's first to load at the 300-yard start. The starters crew still working with F.A. Lilies of Winds. Now leading up A Political Essence. Now A Political Essence has joined F.A. Lilies of Winds. Last Famous Eagle went in okay. Sophia Supergirl has the rail draw. Four in and four in back of the gate. Time for Heroes coming up. Now Remember the Queen. Beating quarter horse jockey this season, Eduardo Luna Diaz already with a couple of wins on the card, and it's 2-5 favorite, Remember the Queen, going in. Here over the 300 yards, two back. Fernando Morin with Eli Luna. one more. Alberto Saran with Joyful Dynasty making her bow of the 300 yards. Fast track. Up comes Joyful Dynasty. Right now, those in line standing well, waiting for Joyful Dynasty. One to five, Remember the Queen. Here comes the fifth, all in. They're off. Remember the Queen couldn't have broken any better. Here's the inside. Sophia Supergirl with F.A. Lilies of Wins coming with a charge 110 yards out. On the outside, Joyful Dynasty. Ellie Luna parted ways with her jockey. It's Remember the Queen. Remember the Queen poured it on and won clear from the first-time starter, Joyful Dynasty, along with Last Famous Eagle and F.A. Lilies of Wins. Remember the Queen rattles home at 1-5 for an Eduardo Luna Diaz hat trick. Five, Remember the Queen. 1-5 first. Photos to follow. Inquiry into the running of the maiden juvenile dash. Remember the Queen. Joyful Dynasty was making her bow. Last Famous Eagle. F.A. Lilies of Wins. Apolitical Essence, stand by for the judges' confirmation. Clear-cut win. Remember the Queen for one of our quarter four jockeys, Eduardo Luna Diaz. 1-2-3. The judges have posted number 10, Joyful Dynasty, the runner-up. 2, F.A. Lilies of Wins, third. 7, Last Famous Eagle, fourth. And 6, Apolitical Essence, fifth for the Grand High Five. It's all under a steward's review, 15.632, 510, 276, pending an inquiry. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Remember the Queen. 3 wins on the card for the quarter horse meets leading jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz. Remember the Queen is a 2-year-old bay filly by Cyber Monday. Out of FDD Candy Queen by FDD Dynasty. Tim Eggleston trains for Kimberly and Roger Beam. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Remember the Queen out to the maiden ranks. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? After the lengthy inquiry, the stewards have made a disqualification. The stewards have disqualified number 7, Last Famous Eagle, from 4th, and will place that colt last for interference in the running of the quarter horse maiden juvenile. 7, Last Famous Eagle, disqualified after the inquiry from 4th and placed last. Noting with the disqualification of the number 7, number 6, Apolitical Essence, will now be placed 4th, and 1, Sophia Supergirl, placed 5th. 5, 10, 2. 6, Apolitical Essence, placed 4th. 1, Sophia Supergirl, placed 5th. It's official now at the top of the hour. The 5-10 exacta paid $47.60. 50-cent trifecta, $57.40. 8-5 double, $14.40. $1 early pick 4, $663.90, 404. Noting the 6 Apolitical Essence was placed 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 5, 10, 2, 6, $108.58. Number 1, Sophia Supergirl, placed 5th. A 10-cent pentafecta, $315.22. Pick 3, $16.90. 50-cent early pick 5, $92.25. 15.632. Race 6, the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby Invitational. Over the 400 yards, scratch 5, RR Crown This Chest, scratch the number 5. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3, revised post time now 117. Couple more quarter 4 winners after Eduardo Luna Diaz won his 3rd victory of the morning. Congratulations to the latest quarter 4 winners after the victory by Eduardo Luna Diaz on Remember to Queen. Remember to Queen, here comes the 5th, all in. They're off. Remember the Queen couldn't have broken any better. Here's the inside. Sophia Supergirl with F.A. Lilies the Wins coming with a charge 110 yards out. On the outside, Joyful Dynasty. Ellie Luna parted ways with her jockey. It's Remember the Queen. Remember the Queen poured it on and won clear from the first-time starter, Joyful Dynasty. Remember the Queen.
All right, well, we're back previewing the 6th race. Before we do, got to send out a shout out to Remember the Queen. Interestingly enough, finished 5th in the Heartland Futurity back in July. But, you know, quarter horses, especially the 2-year-olds, they need a little time. And today was her day, Queen of the Day for Remember the Queen. And of course, another win for Tim Eggleston and that young rider, Eduardo Diaz. So congratulations to them. All right, well, we'll go to the paddock and talk about our next race. It's the 30,000 QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Invitational. And the way horses got in, all of these horses that you have been seeing in the latter stages today went through the sale ring of the speed sale, a QHRAI sponsored sale, a yearling sale. And so then they got an opportunity to be able to pay into this and run these races, the 3-year-old Derby and the 2-year-old Juvenile. So you're seeing the 11th through the 11th through the 20th fastest qualifier, whereas later today you'll see the 1st through the 10th, but they're still really, really good horses. So let's go to the paddock, and my top choice in this race is going to be, surprise, another Tim Eggleston trainee, and that's Beach First. This is a gelding by Escondido Beach. We've talked so much about the top Indiana stallion, and of course we lost him last month at the age of 20, but you could see his progeny continues to come to the winner's circle to do so well in all of our futurities and derbies. So Beach First has done pretty well. He ran second in the trial to a stablemate, Mercy I'm Hot, but he won the 128,000 Blue River Derby on July 19th. So this is a stakes winner as well for the Eggleston barn. Obviously he's getting beat. I'm surprised that he was because of the fact that the barn is doing so well. You see, getting hosed down. It's a little warm here, but nothing like what I'm used to in Texas. Anyway, he's got a good chance, and of course, you know how solid the rider's been today. Just unbelievable that. Well, actually, this will be Rolando Pena, who's also one of the top riders for the Eggleston barn. All right, let's go back next to number 4, and that's Arbitro. This is an interesting colt. He's trained by Claudio Barazza, will be ridden by Edgar Diaz, and owned by Campos Family Ventures, our leading owner from last year. And the situation with him is he's solid as a rock as a 2-year-old. He won 4 of his 5 starts in a 2-year-old. This will just be his 3rd start in his sophomore season, and so you don't have a whole lot to go by. He didn't set one of the fastest qualifying times. He was 3rd in his trial. To the Eggleston Eggleston horse, but he's still very capable for Claudio Barazza. So we'll just see how he does. As I mentioned before, some horses just peak as a 2-year-old, others can do both, and some of them are even better as an older horse, which we're going to see in our 11th race today. All right, and then we're going to talk about the rail horse, and that's Freckles Brown. This is the story of the year. German Rodriguez, who was a jockey. Well, he was a jockey. Then he got his trainer's license this year, and now he's training and riding his horses. Freckles Brown is a nice horse. It's a gelding bred in Texas by Jose Espinosa. I know him quite well. He's very, very good, and owned by Chavez Racing, who has pretty good horse in our futurity as well. So Freckles Brown did well. Basically, not the best trip in his trial for this Stallion Service Auction Derby. He was beaten by Zuman Feature, who obviously made the final of the race, but still has quite a bit of potential, had done well in the trials earlier this season for the other derby. So I wouldn't disregard him at all. And then I did have a scratch, so now I'm going to go, if you want one other choice for your exotic wagers, take a look at number 7, and that's John Wayne B. This horse has finished second, a couple second place finishes. I don't want to call him a bridesmaid at this point, but he has to wait until the very last minute. You just don't see him. You're not going to see him up front, but he closes really well for trainer Jessie Vasquez, and her husband is the rider that's Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. He's the leading all-time quarter horse jockey here at Horseshoe Indy. So I always respect those two, husband and wife, and they do so well. Of course, one of my favorite stallions sired John Wayne B, and that was Kiss My Hawks. So I'll go 6-4-1-7 in this invitational stakes. Louis will be back next to talk about the invitational for the 2-year-olds, and then we'll both be out there in this beautiful, brilliant sunshine to take a look at all the contenders for the final stakes of our 4th all-quarter horse day. Hope you're having a great time. We're 4 minutes to post. Good luck to everyone.
The horses called postward now for the 6th race. The QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby Invitational. Over the 400 yards, 7 to face the starter. There's 1 scratch. Take out the 5 RR Crown this Jess. Scratch the number 5. Here's the field on parade. The 1 is Freckles Brown, German Rodriguez. Rides and trains for Chavez Racing LLC, Roberto Chavez. Number 2, this is the 1. Danny Martinez up for Tony Cunningham. Trains the Casey Colwell homebred. Number 3 is Escondido Gold. Ridden again by Diego Bocanegra. The 5-time winner is trained by Natasha Perez for BFD Farms. Number 5 is Arbitro. Edgar Diaz riding again for Claudio Barazza. Trains the 4-time winner for Campos Family Ventures LLC, scratch number 5. 6 is Beach First with Rolando Pina. Tim Eggleston trains the son of Escondido Beach for Greg Farris. Number 7 is John Wayne B. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez riding. Jesse Vasquez trains for Ona Brisa Ala Ventura Hernandez. And number 8, Flashy Beach DHD. The jockey Francisco Quintero. Like this is the 1 in the Invitational, trained by Tony Cunningham, owned by David H. Dalton, the daughter of Escondido Beach. The 7 of them for the 2025 QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby Invitational. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. arriving at the gate. At the gate, it is now post time for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby Invitational. Danny Martinez, this is the one, uses a flipping halter. This is the one joined by Escondido Gold. Leading up, Arbitro. Arbitro's joined. Now Beach first, 3-2. Beach first. Orlando Pena for Tim Eggleston. Now 8-5 on Beach first favorite. 3-1 Arbitro and 4-1 Escondido Gold. Who's now into 7-2 on Escondido Gold. 2 back. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Up comes John Wayne B. With a 400 yards, fast track, no wind, 1 more. Francisco Quintero, Flashy Beach DHD, like this is the one. Both for Tony Cunningham. Up comes Flashy Beach DHD. They're in the gate. Ready. Off in the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby Invitational. Bumped at the start was Escondido Gold. Arbitro's come charging away. Beach first past the 220. Nearest inside Freckles Brown with This Is the One. On the outside, John Wayne B and Flashy Beach DHD. It's up for grabs. Flashy Beach DHD with Beach first emerging. Escondido Gold. It's Escondido Gold. Escondido Gold and Beach first. Photo and nose between them. This is the one with John Wayne B and Flashy Beach DHD. Photo finish. Close call. This one's up to the judges. Photo finish. It's a close one. And the QHREI's SSA Derby Invitational. Photo, hold all tickets. Here's the slow-mo look. Three, 6, 7, 8, 2. 20.270 seconds. 3. Escondido Gold. Got it. A nose over the 6. Beach first. 8-5. Just missed. Number 7. John Wayne B. was third. 8. Flashy Beach DHD. 4th and 2. This is the 1/5. Diego Bocanegra. Congratulations, Natasha Perez. Here for BFD Farms. It's Escondido Gold by a nostril. The result of the 6th race, official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, Escondido Gold with Diego Bocanegra. Escondido Gold is a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by Escondido Beach. Out of Martha's Jess Gold by Gold Medal Jess. Trained by Natasha Perez. For Alan J. Brenner's BFD Farms, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Escondido Gold by a nose over Beach First in the QHREI SSA Derby Invitational. 20.270 seconds. The 3-6 exacta, nose between them, $41.40, 50-cent trifecta, $47.40. 5-3 double, $30.40. This is the one was fifth. 10-cent pentafecta, $237.93. Pick 3 paid $29.50. Flashy Beach DHD was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 3678, paid $50.29. 20.270 seconds. Noting in the upcoming 7th race, the QHREI SSA Futurity Juvenile. Over the 350, scratch the also eligible 11 political winner. Scratch the AE number 11. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent, grand high 5, double pick 3, and starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Post time will be in 18 minutes at 1:44. Winner's presentation to the connections of Escondido Gold, taking out the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby Invitational. Congratulations to winning jockey Diego Bocanegra, winning trainer Natasha Perez, and Alan J. Brenner's BFD Farms. It's Escondido Gold winning the Invitational. Stop by the QHREI table under the awning today to learn more about Indiana quarter horse racing. Post time for the 7th race, 1:44. Right now, fans, on this beautiful sunny day on this holiday weekend, if you can, make your way down toward the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle here, getting set for one of the popular promotions on our quarter horse racing Saturday mornings, the T-shirt toss with Darbs, coming up next.
It is now time for the first t-shirt toss of the day. If you'd like a free t-shirt, head to the winner's circle with Gino, Tim, and I. Ready?
Yeah.
Let's toss.
Ready. Off in the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby Invitational. Bumped at the start was Escondido Gold. Arbitros come charging away. Beach first past the 220. Nearest the inside, Freckles Brown with This Is the One. On the outside, John Wayne B. and Flashy Beach DHD. It's up for grabs. Flashy Beach DHD with Beach first emerging. Escondido Gold. It's Escondido Gold. Escondido Gold and Beach first. Photo and nose between them. Ready.
welcome back in ahead of race 7, Louis Rabeau alongside Martha Clausen here on Quarter Horse Day, 11 spots, 5 left to go. No pick 5 here later on. That carryover that you saw the other day will carry to Tuesday for the thoroughbred card, so be on the lookout for that one up here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So again, no pick 5 here in this race, but there is the high 5 superfecta, trifecta, exacta, and win place show wagering as well. You can, of course, get in on the rolling pick 3 as well. A couple of interesting results now as we're getting into here. Earlier in the day, outside posts really were dominating 8, 9, and 10. Get a winner out of the 3 pole there last out. So interesting as we develop and watch the track conditions as we move throughout the day. Again, fast, beautiful day up here in Shelbyville, and so no concerns with the tracks at all. Go to the paddock here. I landed on the 5 in what is the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity on the juvenile here. This is for those that just missed qualifying for the juvenile itself. So again, I landed on the 5 in this spot here in Cyber Flash. Martinez, a couple of wins on the card already for Tony Cunningham. Is at 5-2 right now, second favorite on the board. I'm not mad about that part at all. Did win the trial last out, but that trial just not fast enough to qualify for the big race later on in race 10. And so to me, this is one already seen the winner circle, frankly, broke her maiden in that race in the to get to the winner circle. And this daughter of Cyber Monday to me sets up really, really well. Tony Cunningham and Martinez, of course, hitting at a solid 14% most recently. Massive sample size here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We go toward the outside to the 9 and 8 Political Speed, who I'm very surprised we're getting 5-1 on here. Maureen gets the mount for Arevalo. It was second in that trial, in the other trial one that did create a qualifier for the juvenile later on in the card. But before that, did win in a futurity trial. And so this is one that has already seen some success, was really, really good last time at 350 yards. Will go the same distance again today. Has never been worse than second at the distance and does have that aforementioned win to back. Does the 9 horse and a Political Speed. We go to the 4 here. Let's Get After It, who is now the favorite on the board. German Rodriguez obviously having a nice day to this point as well. Finished 4th in his trial, but before that, of course, was the winner in the Jaguar Rocket here at Horseshoe. And so I imagine much of the betting here is based on that race to back. Ran a little bit slower last out in that race in the trial, so a little surprising there. We see 2 others from that particular trial in this race as well. 5-1 on the morning line, I think, is a more appropriate price than 2-1 on this one, but frankly, impossible to overlook the Rodriguez stats here. And finally, wanted to make sure that I got to the 8 horse in here as well. In Jess Sinful. This is the Cunningham and Quintero combination of equally large sample size and an 8% winner between the 2 of them. But this is one that was right behind One Sweet Wagon in the trial last out. Before that, tried the futurity trial as well, and it did run in a maiden. Has never been worse than second in any of her races. Could this be the race where she finally breaks through? 17-1. Boy, that's a really nice price on a horse that's never been worse than 1 length off the winner in her 3 career runs. So I'll land on the 5, 9, 4, and 8 and here. Maybe that Cunningham and Quintero can blow up the board a little bit here at that 16-1 type of price. Good luck with your wagers here. We'll be downstairs for the rest of the card. Late pick 4 starts on the next race after this one.
the horses coming onto the track for the 7th race. This the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity Juvenile. With the 350 yards, here they are. The one is Old Slewfoot. Martin Munoz rides for Ricardo Martinez, trains for Whiting Ranch of Steve Whiting. 2, Lil Miss Win. Rolanda Pena up for Tim Eggleston and breeder owner C.W. Mullinax. Number 3, Moon into the Jazz with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Jesse Vasquez trains for breeders owners Kimberly A. and Roger D. Beam. Number 4, Let's Get After It. German Rodriguez rides and trains for Brian Chavez. Number 5 is Cyber Flash. Danny Martinez with a win on the card, here riding for Tony Cunningham and owners Pamela Brinkley Hahn and Ruby Huggins. Number 6, TW No Beat Secrets. Going for a double on the card. Diego Bocanegra with Natasha Perez, Thomas Wiley's homebred. Number 7 is One Grand Eagle. Eduardo Luna Diaz already with a hat-trick of wins on the card. Riding here for Tim Eggleston, breeder owner Sue Belden. Number 8, She's Just Sinful. Francisco Quintero riding for trainer owner Tony Cunningham. 9-8 Political Speed. Fernando Morin back on board for J. Guadalupe Aravalo, owned by Brisa Alia Ventura Hernandez. Number 10 is LB Favorite Delight with Oscar Macias, riding for trainer Labrado Barazza and owner Yadira Barazza. Scratch the also eligible number 11. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3, start to the 50-cent late pick 5. There's no carryover here. Fast track. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity Juvenile. At 350 yards, loading starts. Martin Munoz with Old Slewfoot. Fernando Morin, Apolitical Speed, uses a flipping halter. Volomiz win. TW, No Beach Secrets will be a double for Diego Bocanegra with Natasha Perez. TW, No Beach Secrets went in okay. Moon into the Jazz. One Grand Eagle. Let's get after it. Jess Sinful. Two back. Danny Martinez with Cyber Flash. One more. Messias with LB Favorite Delight. Let's get after it. 2-1 favorite. Up comes LB Favorite Delight. Loads at 33-1. For the 350 yards. Waiting for LB Favorite Delight. Just Sinful now, the 2-1 favorite. They're in the gate. They're off in the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity Juvenile. And let's get after it. Stumbled, unseated the rider. We have a couple of riders down in horses. Let's get after it. And Apolitical Speed have lost the riders. It is TW No Beach Secrets. TW No Beach Secrets, Old Slewfoot with the rail. TW No Beach Secrets has won it over Just Sinful with Old Slewfoot in a Spillmard running of the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity Juvenile Inquiry. Hold all tickets. There'll be a steward's inquiry into the running here at the QHREI SSA Futurity Juvenile as staff tends to the rider down just after the 350-yard start. Again, we had two horses here and the Futurity Juvenile unseat their riders. Again, that's part of a steward's inquiry. Photos. Hold all tickets. Now, jockey German Rodriguez up to his feet, and walking off the track is German Rodriguez. The equine team here tending to let's get after it again. Jockey German Rodriguez up to his feet and walking off the track. The judges have posted number 6, TW No Beach Secrets first. They will examine another photo before posting the remaining order steward's inquiry into the running. Also noting on the back of the track, number 9, Apolitical Speed, is now with the outrider. The outrider has a hold of that loose horse. Apolitical Speed on the back of the track. Equine team tending to let's get after it outside the 350 start. The judges have posted number 1, Old Slewfoot, 32-1 second. Number 8, Just Sinful third. 7, 1 Grand Eagle fourth. And 5, Cyber Flash, the unofficial fifth. 61875 ongoing inquiry. 17.827 seconds. 17.827. Hold all. The inquiry has been withdrawn by the stewards, making no changes to the running order. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6. TW No Beach Secrets, a double for Diego Bocanegra. TW No Beach Secrets is a 2-year-old big gelding by Escondido Beach. Out of No Secrets, hereafter, at a first down dash, training double for Natasha Perez. Thomas Wiley, homebred, bred here in Indiana. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of TW No Beach Secrets. Six-one exacta, 176.20. 50-cent trifecta, paid $293.85. 3-6, the double. Both wins for Diego Bocanegra and Natasha Perez. Paid out $43.60. One Grand Eagle fourth, 10-cent superfecta, $451.80. Nobody had the fifth horse. After that, Futurity Juvenile, a pentafecta will carry over. $1,792, pick 3, $22.65. One Grand Eagle was fourth and completed the 10-cent superfecta. There it is, 6.187 for the superfecta, 451.80. The 10-cent Grand High 5 carries over to race 8. That's 17 minutes away, and the pentafecta carryover, $1,792. Winner's presentation after the QH REI SSA Futurity Juvenile. Congratulations to winning jockey Diego Bocanegra. Doubles for Natasha Perez. Thomas Wiley's homebred TW No Beach Secrets takes out the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity Juvenile of 2025. Race 8 going forward in the next juvenile allowance dash over the 300 yards. Scratch the 11, Paint Me Sass. Scratch number 11. The 9 battle. The jockey Oscar Macias rides 9 battle. And the 7 First Angel uses a flipping halter. Flipping halter for the 7 First Angel. Oscar Macias is riding number 9 battle. And scratch the also eligible number 11, Paint Me Sass. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts to the $1 late pick 4. Daily presented by Itoba. And again, that 10-cent Grand High 5 carryover, $1,792. 2:11 post time. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, jockey Fernando Morin will be off his remaining mounts here on the card, starting in race 8. 13 minutes away from post time. We're standing by for a jockey change to be announced for number 1, Outlaw Woman. Fernando Morin off his mounts in races 8 through 11. Also in the 9th race, number 9, Cadilla King, a jockey change to be announced for 9, Cadilla King. That's in the 9th. In the 10th race, a jockey change to be announced for number 6, One Sweet Wagon, to be announced. And in race 11, number 3, Tasha's Secret, there will be a jockey change to be announced for the 11-time winner. Jockey change to be announced for number 3, Tasha's Secret. In race 11, the Bob Woodard Memorial Classic to close out the card. Fernando Morin off his mounts, races 8 through 11. Please note in this upcoming 8th race, number 1, Outlaw Woman will now be ridden by George Torres. George Torres on the 1, Outlaw Woman. Post time 2:11.
All right, welcome inside the winner's circle. Ahead of race 8, Louis Bow, Martha Clausen hanging out with you on Quarter Horse Day here Saturday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Tons of good action so far today. Martha, any trends that you've noticed? Speed coming from off the pace seems to be playing pretty fair today.
It seems to be pretty fair, Louis, I'll tell you that much. And, you know, it's really spread out. I mean, we had some Eggleston and then Tasha Perez. Let's go, baby. She's Julie Veltman's daughter, the all-time leading
how about that?
quarter horse.
Well, I like that.
Yeah, they had it. I just met her. She's the nicest lady. She said, I loved racing, you know, ages ago, best job I ever had. So Natasha won with Escondido Gold and then just won that last two races in a row, invitations in a row. Congratulations to her.
Nothing wrong with picking off $30,000 quarter horse races. We move back to the allowance ranks here in race 8. A 2-year-old allowance, a spectacular way to kick off that late pick 4.
Yeah, I mean, our 2-year-olds have been sensational this year. And the fact is, Louis, we've had 9 races, 9 trials this year, up from 7 last year for the Stallion Service Auction Futurity. So that just goes to show that people are breeding these nice horses and going through the sale. And Indiana racing is really growing, breeding and racing-wise.
It's doing great, especially on this quarter horse side of things. We're going 300 yards here. You've got the 7 on top here, Martha, in First Angel. Edgar Diaz, one of those guys that we're always watching. Certainly, trainer Claudio Barraza as well.
Yeah, Claudio has been amazing in his tenure. And, you know, I think earlier today I was talking about him and his success with 2-year-olds. It started back in the Gordon Mobley Futurity, which he's won a couple times. It was one of the earlier Futurities of the year. But this horse kind of made some early starts at Remington Park in Oklahoma, and then came here and ran second. Little bit of an issue, I think maybe it was maybe disqualified, but in the trial for this did not have one of the top times, but had some excuses. I mean, all you can do, I like the fact that he had some trouble in the beginning, but he moved up, and so that's the reason that I went on top with First Angel.
So it was also really good, too, back in the Futurity trial as well, right? So it's not as though he hasn't shown good form here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You have the 10-horse second in your handicapping. I have Cowgirl Beach on top here on the outside, the old Vasquez combination.
I mean, husband and wife. Louis, you've been married for a long time. I've been married for longer than you.
I believe you.
And that's pretty funny, actually. But I'll tell you what, I love my husband to death, but no, we are not working together. So I always get a big kick out of Jesse and Giovanni, how well they mesh and how hands-on. They're a team, and I think that's important. But she, you know, that's a nice filly. I'm into pedigree when it comes to quarter horses. Flying Cowboy 1-2-3 was a champion in both his juvenile and his Derby seasons, and then his stallion, the horse that he's producing is a stallion, first crop for 3 years in a row. They fly. That's all I have to say.
Well, she'll carry 124 here. Was 4th last out in that Jaguar Rocket, whose form has been flattered today, frankly. We've seen some good returnees out of that race today. Absolutely. Drops out of state company here. Should be a softer spot. Did win earlier on here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, so does have a win over the track here as they go ahead and get this going as well. Next up for you, you are 10, 7, and then 5, I believe, in here. The 5 horse, of course, Kiss My Crush. You keep it to yourself, lady, okay?
Hey, you're married. I stay away from the married ones, but no. Kiss My Crush. Again, we're talking Tim Eggleston and Rolando Pena. They've done so well with their 2-year-olds in the past. And, of course, talk about Redheaded Beach, who I've mentioned was a 3-time Futurity winner. This is a very, very nice gelding by Kiss My Hawks, Indiana bred. And I think, you know, second in his trial, just off the mark with the money. But, you know, finished second to Victory Beach. Yeah. And Tim has told me since the trials he evaluated all his horses that have qualified for these 2 races, and he's really keen on Victory Beach in the final. So getting beat by a stablemate that he has high regard for is pretty cool.
4th in your handicapping and 3rd in mine is the 4, Mr. Blood Carver here. 6-1 on the morning line. We're currently getting double digits, 14-1 on this horse for a Quintero Cunningham combination. Not a bad price there.
Well, you know, this is the problem when people just look at one race, but he ran 9th in the Heartland Futurity, but look who he ran against.
Yes.
He's a Hawkeye, and we're going to be talking about him shortly. And let me tell you, you get beat by, he's a Hawkeye, okay, you get beat because the guy is a superstar, so we'll see shortly. But anyway, it wasn't a bad race, of course. In the Mary Hulman, he moved up. I like the fact when I see horses moving up from fifth to third.
Yep.
And I have tremendous respect for Tony and his rider, Francisco Quintero.
Yeah, it keeps the Lasix here as well. I like the medication switching there. So I am 10, or not switching, I should say, 10-5-4. You are 7-10-5-4. How about that? My 11 scratched out. I know we both like the 11.
Yeah, we both did.
How about that?
These things happen.
That is how it goes. But good luck. Again, the $1 late pick 4 does start here. All of the other normal quarter horse races, including the Pedifecta, available in this one as well. Good luck.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track now for race 8. This dash over the 300 yards for the juveniles. A field of 10, scratch the also eligible. Number 11, Paint Me Sass. Scratch the also eligible. That's number 11. One Outlaw Woman, George Torres rides One Outlaw Woman. 9 Battle, a jockey change there to Oscar Macias on 9 Battle. 7 First Angel uses a flipping halter. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Pentafecta carryover, $1,792. There's a 10-cent grand high 5 carryover here. Double pick 3. arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Oscar Macias Battle uses a flipping halter. Battle was the first into the starting gate. First Angel. George Torres with Outlaw Woman. Miss Corona Rita, 8-1. Would be a fourth win on the card for the quarter horse meet leader. Eduardo Luna Diaz, Miss Corona Rita's in. Just Shake Baby. Mr. Blood Carver drew 4. Here over the 300 yards. Viking is in. Up comes Mr. Blood Carver. 2 back. Kiss My Crush. Rolanda Pena for Tim Eggleston. Kiss My Crush. One more. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, Cowgirl Beach coming up to that outside gate. 8-5 favorite, Cowgirl Beach. Over the 300 yards. Stand by. All in. And they're off. Kiss My Crush broke sharp in the middle. Cowgirl Beach broke outward. Toward the inside, here's Outlaw Woman, who's come charging out past the 220. It's Outlaw Woman in pursuit. First Angel on the outside. Cowgirl Beach surging late. Cowgirl Beach with First Angel. First Angel dived out the finish from Cowgirl Beach with Outlaw Woman. Then Battle and Vikina. Photo finish. Result in 7-10. Photos to follow 7. First Angel 5-2 first. 10 Cowgirl Beach 3-5 favorite on the stand side. Vikina with Battle. Stand by for the full order after race 8. The juvenile First Angel. Edgar Diaz for Claudio Barraza. Campos Family Ventures. Now on the Saturday score sheet. It's a First Angel win at 5-2. The judges have posted number 1, Outlaw Woman 3rd, 8 Viking a 4th, and 9 Battle 5th. 7-10 after photos, 189, 15.544 seconds, 15.544, 7-10. Outlaw Woman into the trifecta. Vikina for the superfecta, and Battle completes the pentafecta. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, First Angel with Edgar Diaz. One of today's quarter 4 jockeys will be giving away another $20 race wager, courtesy of the QHREI. Edgar Diaz with his 16th win of the season. First Angel is a 2-year-old sorrel gelding by First Moonflash out of Definitely an Angel by Feature Mr. Jess. Claudio Barraza trains for Campos Family Ventures LLC of Gladys Campos and others. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of First Angel. Takes out the juvenile dash in a time of 15.544 seconds. 710 Exacta took a win photograph, $16.60. Outlaw Woman third. 50-cent trifecta, $42 even. 6-7 double, $68. With Battle fifth. 10-cent pentafecta, 710-189, returned $642.19. The pick 3, $66.30. 10-cent superfecta, 710-18, paid $80.25. Viking that ran fourth. Battle was fifth, 15.544. On to the 9th we go. The QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby. 400 yards in the final. No scratches, all 10 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta, double final pick 3 of the day. Revised post time, now 2:41. Pong from the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle coming up with Darbs and G-Note. And they're off. Kiss My Crush broke sharp in the middle. Cowgirl Beach broke outward. Toward the inside, here's Outlaw Woman, who's come charging out past the 220. It's Outlaw Woman in pursuit. First Angel on the outside. Cowgirl Beach surging late. Cowgirl Beach with First Angel. First Angel dived out the finish from Cowgirl Beach with Outlaw Woman. And they're off. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in this upcoming 9th race, the final for the QHREI SSA Derby. Number 9, Cadilla King. Jockey change made to Alberto Serran. Alberto Serran will ride number 9, Cadilla King. The last out winner here in the final for the QHREI SSA Derby. Alberto Serran on the 9. A couple of more jockey changes to announce in the 10th race. That's the finals for the QHREI SSA Futurity. Number 6, One Sweet Wagon now make the jockey Martin Munoz. Martin Munoz will ride 6. One Sweet Wagon, that's in the 10th. And race 11 to close out the card and this holiday weekend. In race 11, number 3, Tacha's Secret make the jockey George Torres. Picks up a plum mount on the 11-time winner. George Torres rides 3, Tacha's Secret. That's in the finale, the Bob Woodard Memorial Classic. Stand by for Pony Pong with G-Note.
So we are in the winner's circle, and we are about to play Pony Pong with some unsuspecting guests here visiting us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They know the rules of the game. Throw one ball, get it in the cup, you get a prize. If you get it out, you still get a prize, and that's the way we like it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start on your left, my right, starting with, what's your name? All right, Heath. Good job. Throw, brother. Ah, nice. All right, next up. Come on, buddy. You can do it. What's your name?
Hillis. My name's Hillis.
Illis? Wow, I've never heard anybody with that name. Go, shoot. I'll never remember that. Ooh, all right. Good try, brother. All right. Go ahead, Brianna. Bounce or throw it. The table's over here. Thank you. Okay. All right. Windage. We have a lot of wind. Everybody went to the right. Oh, no. All right, ladies, and starting on the right side, all the way in from Memphis. No. There you go. And that would be a no. All right, here we go. All on you. Whoa, that was almost experience right there. That was the closest so far. Come on, we can do this. We can do all the way from Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's try the woman from Michigan. And yes, we got a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Enjoy your day. We're coming up on race number 9. Good luck from Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
All right, welcome back in. An exciting allowance there in race 8. It is stakes time. It is Derby time here on Quarter Horse Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Louisville. Hanging out with Martha Clausen today. As I said, 11 races here. Late pick 3 does start here, Martha, and it's the big time here.
I'll tell you what, the trials 3 weeks ago were so close, so riveting. I said, what am I going to do when it comes to this final? And so, you have to make a decision, but it's not going to be an easy one.
Tons of options in here. Certainly, if you are new to the quarter horse scene, everyone had to qualify to be here today, so everyone worthy of their spot in the starting gate in this one. The current favorite right now is the 8 at 5-2 in Chiln for Jorge Torres gets the mount for local guy Tim Eggleston, who, look, if you're going to bet Tim Eggleston in this spot, not going to fight you.
No, we're not going to fight. And you know what's been interesting is that we've had several derbies already this season. And so when you see that and you see these 3-year-olds, a lot of them are progressing fine. A lot of them are stepping up at the right time. And we certainly have seen that pattern so far.
$117,000 on the line here. We're going 400 yards. We were saying in the pre-race show, the pre-card show, if you will, Martha, 400 yards. When you get to this level, this is essentially the Kentucky Derby kind of distance at 10 furlong on the thoroughbred side. For quarter horses, this is the big time.
Well, the big time actually is 440, which is a quarter of a mile. That's the classic. And if anybody's interested in racing, check into Ruidoso Downs. Well, now it's Downs at Albuquerque on Monday for the running of the All-American Futurity. That's the, Kentucky Derby of quarter horse racing. Sorry I segued, but any 400 yards is challenging, and not all quarter horses get it. So you're right about that.
Running against the wind will break from the 4 today. Martin Munoz for Ricardo Martinez. That is who you have landed on in the Derby here.
Yes, landed on him. I've talked before about Ricardo. He's a very, very effective horseman. He's really good with his older horses. And this is a gelding sired by Uncle D. We don't see too many of them up here, but this is an emerging stallion. Fourth in the in his Derby trial, but interesting, he was third in the QHRI Derby run earlier this meet. So I like a horse that's got stakes presence. He was an awfully good 2-year-old as well, but we don't count that right now. We're looking at what he progressed. But I think he's got a lot of potential. And he's off, right? Martin Munoz is off, right? Didn't he? No?
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. Okay, anyway, but that's a good choice. I think, as I said, from trials, there's a whole bunch of horses that are extremely capable
She's
today.
not here today, but Racing Rachel agrees with you. 4 on top in this spot. I went to a different spot, a 20-1 on the morning line. Currently 10-1 in the paddock is Cadilla King. Fernando obviously not riding here, but Ricardo Martinez trains this one as well. Won his trial coming into this, not the fastest of the trials for sure, but did go ahead and kick away. He won by a length of 3/4, which in quarter horse racing is nothing to sniff at for sure. Before that, too, was involved at the allowance level outside of here. And so I'm wondering if he isn't just a horse for course, second time trying Indianapolis. Maybe he's a little bit better today. I'll take that 10-1 price all day.
Yeah, and that was a very, very exciting trial. We have talked about, I don't think there's a track bias by any means, but if you have a fast horse from the outside post that isn't encumbered by some of the shenanigans that happen in the middle of the track, it was a godsend for him in that trial. I don't argue with you on that as well.
We'll move to the 6 horse here in Zoom and feature. Second in your handicapping here, Edgar Diaz is going to ride for Claudio Brazzaro. You keep picking Claudio horses, probably a good idea.
I have been pretty successful with my main man. And we go way back. He's a super cool guy. His whole family's been involved in racing. And I'll tell you what, interesting, we hadn't talked about the positions, but for top qualifier. And, in the history of these futurities and derbies, it's not always the fastest qualifier that wins, but he made it. Look at the closing. I like the fact that he was third and he closed. And then he had the clunker before, a derby trial for the other one, probably the Harley Green. Okay, so you throw in a clunker. Well, don't forget about you, because look what happens coming back.
Oh, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And frankly, 3 mega high-level qualifiers out of that trial as well.
That's right.
Certainly the one to watch coming in here as far as the trials are concerned. Then you move to a different spot after there and into the 10-horse here. Racing Dirty Secrets. Hopefully not too many dirty secrets for this one.
Well, it's an interesting one. I have to look twice because Tim Eggleston, 4th fastest qualifier if we're looking at the numbers from before. And again, a nice closing kick, 3rd, 2nd, and then finally got up to the wire on time. And it was a good time. There was no question about that. And prior to that, look at that figure, that 102. That was real impressive. So this is a horse that has potential, but crazy. I had to look twice to make sure. There's no rider change. But Danny Martinez, who usually rides for Tony Cunningham, Tony didn't have a qualifier in the Derby, so he lent him Danny Martinez. So a little bit of sharing from horsemen. I kind of respect that.
I'll talk about the 7 here. Second in my handicapping is Apolitical Wagon. One of those names you look for in quarter horsing is Apolitical in this spot. Obviously, that Apolitical Jess line that we're so used to seeing. This is a horse that won 4 back and has finished second 3 times in a row. Once in a while, horses just break through. This was one that has been trying the 400 yards 3 straight races. To me, Martha, that's a sign that this horse not only can get the distance, is due to break through on one of these. And so give me that combination. The old Vasquez combination, I think, has a real shot here.
There we go. And whether or not you agree with us married people working together, these two do combine quite a bit.
Yes.
And you know what's interesting, again, 132,000 QHRA Derby second, so very capable at this level if you can get him in the right spot. Actually posted the 10th fastest qualifying time, but that's not the first time we've seen the longest shot. I mean, the horse, I mean, the top one, Zoomer, he was, let me see, he did 16,
here?
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, he won his trial in 19.7 seconds. I think he might have been one of the only ones to break the 18-second mark.
Yeah, no, fast on those trials for sure. Lots of different ways to go. I laid a 9, 7, 5, and 4. Martha in here 4, 6, 10, and 2. Pick a side. Find out who wins here. I do have a late pick 3 play as well on my bet card if you would like to follow along on that as well. Good luck in race 9. We'll see you back here for race 10.
The horses called post now for the 9th race. This is the finals for the QHREI SSA Derby. Over the 400-yard distance. 9, Cadilla King, the jockey Alberto Serran, rides the 9, Cadilla King. Here's the field on parade. The one is AP Political Patriot. Francisco Quintero rides for Oscar Preciado. 2 is TW Trump Secrets. Diego Bocanegra riding. Natasha Perez already with a training double. Trains Thomas Wiley's homebred. Number 3 is Mercy I'm Hot with Rolanda Pina. Tim Eggleston trains for owners Patty Marshall and Kendra Tubert. Number 4, Running Against the Wind. Martin Munoz back on board for Ricardo Martinez, trains for Carlos Ramos. Number 5, Jolie Lad with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Tim Eggleston conditions Doug Ruby's Oklahoma bred. Number 6, Zoom In Feature would be a double for Edgar Diaz with Claudia Barraza. Trains here for breeder owner Campos Family Ventures LLC. 7A Political Wagon with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Jesse Vasquez trains the 3-time winner for Daryl Murray, the owner. Chillin' from Post 8. George Torres riding for Tim Eggleston and owner Kendra Tubert. Number 9, Cadilla King with Alberto Serran. Ricardo Martinez trains Steve Whiting's Whiting Ranch, Texas bred. And the 10 is Racing Dirty Secrets with Danny Martinez. gets the call from Tim Eggleston, one of his four. Trains here, this two-time winner for owner Roger Sobrulik. The field for the final for the QH REI Stallion Service Auction Derby. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double, final pick 3 of the day. Get your wagers in. Fast track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby. This final over the 400 yards. They're going in. Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez with TW Trump's Secrets. Running against the wind, uses a flipping halter. Edgar Diaz with zoom and feature. The top trial time of 19.879 seconds for this final. Zoom and feature into the starting gate now. Apolitical Wagon. Mercy, I'm hot. Running against the wind, even money favorite. Martin Munoz for Ricardo Martinez. Now Jolie Ladd loaded. Fast track here under bright sunny skies, chilling. Two back. Alberto Serran with Cadilla King, a last out winner here. Even money running against the wind. One more. Danny Martinez rides Racing Dirty Secrets. Coming up, part of the Tim Eggleston Quartet. At 400 yards, all in. They're off in the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby, and sharply away with zoom in feature toward the inside. Here's AP Political Patriot with TW Trump Secrets, 220 yards to go. Jolie Ladd's in the middle. On the outside, Apolitical Wagon looks to join with Cadilla King and Racing Dirty Secrets. It is in the middle, Jolie Ladd, and zoom in feature, Jolie Ladd, zoom in feature, and AP Political Wagon joined at the finish in a driving one in the finals for the QHREI SSA Derby. Seven, 5, 6, 9, 8 after the final for the QHREI SSA Derby. 19.875 seconds, 7. AP Political Wagon. 5-1 first, a Political Wagon over 5, Jolie Ladd. 9-2 second, 6, Zoom in feature. 12-1 third, 9, Cadilla King. 5-1 fourth, and 8, Chillin. Gets into the Pentafecta. 7, 5, 6, 9, 8. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, a Political Wagon for Jesse Vasquez and Daryl Murray. The Oklahoma bred takes out the final. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 7, a Political Wagon with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. A Political Wagon is a 3-year-old brown gelding by A Political Blood. Out of the PYC Paint Your Wagon Mare, PYC First Prize Fanny. Jesse Vasquez trains for Daryl Murray. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of A Political Wagon. Got up to win the final for the QHREI SSA Derby. A winner's presentation after the final for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby. It's the winning connections of A Political Wagon. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates winning owner Daryl Murray, trainer Jesse Vasquez, and winning jockey Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Results in 7-5 exacta, $73. 50-cent trifecta, 7-5-6, $126.70 after the driving finish. 7-7 double, $62. With Chillin getting into the pentafecta. 10-cent grand high five, $1,659.20. And the pick three, $79, 19.875 seconds. 10th race, the final for the QHREI SSA Futurity. Restricted grade 3 over the 350. No scratches. 6, 1 Sweet Wagon. The jockey, Martin Munoz. Martin Munoz rides 6, 1 Sweet Wagon. Race 11 closing the card. And the holiday weekend with the Bob Woodard Memorial. There are no scratches. 3 Touches Secret. George Torres will partner the 11-time winner. 3 Touches Secret. The mount to George Torres. In the finale. Post time for the QHREI SSA Futurity. Restricted grade 3 in 17 minutes at 3:11. Winning connections of Apolitical Wagon got up on the line for Giovanni Vasquez Gomez and Jesse Vasquez, and they join Martha.
Well, Louie and I were making a big deal about husbands and wives working together, but we sure don't have a problem with these two, Giovanni and Jesse Vasquez. Congratulations on the win. Of course, you were saying, oh my gosh, 10th fastest qualifier, and here we are. So how did the horse get to that point?
Well, we knew in the trials he hadn't had his best day, and we know the horse. We were like, well, he got in there for a reason. He showed it today.
And you're out of breath, so I mean, why not? Why not holler? I mean, you know, to win a derby like this is amazing because the competition was fierce, and the fact that just seconds separated you from the top fastest qualifier. People don't realize how close it is. But coming into this, especially with the draw, the 7-hole, did you have any fears at all?
No, I was actually very happy about the 7. My mother-in-law loves the 7-hole. It's the lucky hole.
Well, and with 4 kids, your mother-in-law has helped out quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. I'm blessed with a mother-in-law.
All right. Well, congratulations to everybody, your beautiful children. There's 4 of them. We're only seeing one. And that was a great effort. Apolitical Wagon takes the Stallion Service Auction Derby, and we've got the Futurity, the big money, coming up next. Stay with us.
They're off in the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Derby, and sharply away with zoom in feature toward the inside. Here's AP Political Patriot with TW Trump Secrets, 220 yards to go. Jolie Ladd's in the middle. On the outside, Apolitical Wagon looks to join with Cadilla King and Racing Dirty Secrets. It is in the middle, Jolie Ladd, and zoom in feature. Jolie Ladd, zoom in feature, and AP Political Wagon joined at the. They're off.
All right, exciting Derby to start the late pick 3 here. Obviously getting into the late double now with race 10. It is the $230,000. Man, oh man, the futurity trials are over. We are into the futurity itself here. Martha, this is exciting. And whenever you get a $200,000 grade 3 restricted kind of race, it gets exciting.
Well, and I think we have to admit that it's so crazy, the evolution of the race. It started for $10,000 in 1997 and now up to this incredible mark. And you just got to send it out to QHRII and all these incredible breeders and people that have supported the sale and people that have continued to breed and race horses in Indiana.
No matter the breed of horse, we look at these 2-year-olds trying to find a next superstar.
There you go.
And there is a chance that we have one on our hands here, breaking from the 8 here. #1 qualifier for the futurity. His name is He's a Hawkeye. This 2-year-old gelding, you and I both have him on top here. You were a little surprised because, yeah, you're right. With quarter horses, I don't like to play favorites.
No.
You're right. I like to try to wager or gamble a little bit on those wagers. But the 8 here, He's a Hawkeye. Boy, there's a lot to like.
Well, I mean, when you start out with the clunker, I mean, look at broke his maiden, didn't break his maiden until his second race, which was a trial for the Heartland Futurity, and he won that convincingly. And I'll tell you what, there's only a couple horses in history that I've been taking care of this meet that I've seen horses win by daylight. You know, usually it's photo finish. Even that race with Jesse, that was a very close finish. So this horse is remarkable. German is, training and riding him. He just says this horse just does everything right. And when you hear that, you know that he believes in him, and the horse just loves to run, loves his job.
Just a remarkable, frankly, 3 races in a row here. As you mentioned, has won by open lengths multiple times. Just seems set up really well for this. When we're looking for, a horse like this, a son of Hawkeye, moving forward, even if he does go on to win today, is this one we're talking about on the national kind of scale?
I think so. Well, for me it would be because I love Indy and I'm so proud of their accomplishments. But, there's horses, obviously, when you go to the All-American Futurity Monday, that's a $3 million race. Then
Right.
you're national news.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, we've only had one horse in the history of Indiana quarter horse racing to win 3 futurities in 1 year, and that was Red-Headed Beach 2 years ago. So either way, I mean, it's super exciting. Tim Eggleston, who trained Red-Headed Beach, said, I don't really want that. But then he said, no, to tell you the truth, I'd be proud of German. He's done so much with this horse.
That is He's a Hawkeye, breaking from the 8 here. You and I differ on our second spot. We're the same in the 3rd and 4th, unironically here. But you laid it on Victory Beach. Pena riding for Eggleston, the aforementioned Tim Eggleston.
Right, the aforementioned Eggleston.
Mentioned.
Yeah, we do mention him quite a bit on these big days because he had like 20 horses entered today. But when we ran the trials, there were a lot of horses that did well. This horse was a little bit of a surprise, almost 5-1.
Sure.
And afterwards, Tim said, you know what? In the beginning of the year when they got all these 2-year-olds and they're not quite sure what they have, he pretty much admitted this might be one of my top 2-year-olds. So when you hear that from the trainer, you're like, okay, he knows what he's talking about. He sees them every day. The speed figures went up, and it was a nice win. So we'll see. I just don't know. He's more lightly raced than He's a Hawkeye, but Eggleston, he's just been good with his horses. So that's my second choice.
You landed on the 2 in the second spot. I'll go to Sydney Jack in the 9 hole here. Luna Diaz, I feel good about that, by the way.
Sure.
That seems to be a pretty okay play here. A long time with Tim Eggleston as well. The 9 coming in right now at about 6-1. Love the price on that. Another one that came out of the trial, a winner, frankly, right? And the second fastest qualifying time. So in a very bad choice by me, I am taking the top 2 speeds.
There you go.
Going into this one, 8 and 9 on top for me. But then you and I both go 10-1 here. You talk about lightly raced. There's no one more lightly raced than this one than the 10 in Beach Burner.
Well, yeah, Beach Burner kind of impressed me a little bit just because, you know how I am about Claudio. I'm a Claudio groupie. And also the connections, Campos Family Ventures. And I was surprised when he put this horse in there because you see all these horses have had multiple starts. He broke his maiden in the trial for this race, this $200,000 race. He ran 4th in that trial. So he made the top 10. That impressed me. And of course, when we're talking national, I agree with you, apolitical justice, all those. But in Indiana, the king king is Escondido Beach, the all-time winning
No doubt about
stallion.
it.
So it impressed me, and again, he draws this far outside post. Hopefully nobody will be in his way. It wouldn't be a surprise, but maybe historically, I'll be honest, I'm rooting for he's a Hawkeye.
Okay, fair enough. Escondido Beach will sire 3 in the gate today. The 1-7 Beach is the 2 Victory Beach, and the 10 Beach Burner in here as well. You and I both have the 1 horse, 7 Beaches, the other Escondido Beach, if you will.
Yeah, for
Breaking from the inside. The rail hasn't been great today yet, Martha, but I'm not sure that really means much going into this.
Yeah, I don't think it really does. I think basically, as I've said before, a fast horse breaks from any post position, and if you get that clean break, we saw a couple races back, there was a lot of commotion in the back, but the horse that got out to the front, the 7 horse, nobody could catch him. So if you get out to a really good start, in likelihood you're going to do pretty well. It's an exciting final. I'm glad you're here to celebrate.
Oh,
with
no,
us.
I'm really, really happy to be here. These futurities certainly offer us a glimpse into the future, but certainly as well a great opportunity at wagering. 8-2, 10-1 for Martha, 8-9, 10-1 for me here in the futurity. We'll be back for the closer. Good luck.
G-Note, accompanied by Louie, bringing the horses onto the track for the 10th race. It's the final for the QHREI SSA Futurity. Restricted grade 3 over the 350 yards. All 10 run. 6 1 Sweet Wagon. Martin Munoz rides 6 1 Sweet Wagon. Here's the field on parade. The 1-7 Beaches. Danny Martinez back on board for Tony Cunningham and owner Pamela Brinkley Hahn. 2 Victory Beach. Rolando Pena riding for Tim Eggleston, owned by Philip R. Harrison. 3 is Delray's Roland Bayou with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, going for a double. Up here for Ron Raper, trains Dan L. Wasserbecks, Louisiana bred. Number 4, Flair for Politics. George Torres riding for Tim Eggleston and owner Philip R. Harrison. 5 is CM Eagle Run. Francisco Quintero back on board for Tony Cunningham. Trains Ben Juarez's Oklahoma bred. 6 1 Sweet Wagon, the jockey change. Martin Munoz riding here for Ron Raper and owner Jack Ear. Number 7, Sizzling Heart. Ridden by Isidro Banuelos. Tony Cunningham trains for breeders and owners Joyce and Eric Lehtinen. 8, He's a Hawkeye. At the top trial time, German Rodriguez rides and trains for Chavez Racing LLC of Roberto Chavez. 9, Sydney Jack. Eduardo Luna Diaz riding for Tim Eggleston, owned by Jordan Tim, Gabby Tim, and Gordon L. Tim. And 10 is Beach Burner. Want a trial here for the QHREI SSA Futurity. Edgar Diaz back on board for Claudio Barazza and Campos Family Ventures LLC. The 10 of them for the $230,111 added. Restricted grade 3 QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. Due at the 350-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. 350 yards for the final, restricted grade 3, and first up, German Rodriguez with He's a Hawkeye. Going in. One Sweet Wagon, 7 Beaches. Sizzling Heart coming up. Those 2 for Tony Cunningham. Now Victory Beach. Sydney Jack. He's a Hawkeye, had the top trial time. For the final here over the 350. Now Del Rey's Roland Bayou. Be a double for Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. George Torres with a flair for politics to post 4. He's a Hawkeye, 3-5 favorite. Just a couple back. Francisco Quintero with CM Eagle Run. Makes up the Tony Cunningham trio, and one more. Edgar Diaz with Beach Burner. Won his trial. Final here, restricted grade 3 over the 350 yards. All in. Straightening out Beach Burner. He's a Hawkeye, 4-5 favorite. Beach Burner coming up. All in line. And they're off. He's a Hawkeye, bobbled. He's a Hawkeye, will need to overcome that. Fast start for 7 Beaches. Victory Beach past the 220. Oh, some crowding, some bumping in the middle. He's a Hawkeye, got hampered. Charging on the outside, Sydney Jack and Beach Burner with the rail at 7 Beaches. 7 Beaches near home with on the outside a flair for politics who surged to win it. And right there was on the outside Beach Burner and Sydney Jack as He's a Hawkeye had hard luck in the final for the QHREI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. Photo finish. Steward's inquiry. Steward's inquiry into the running of the QHREI SSA Futurity. Restricted grade 3, and there will be an inquiry into this. Hold all tickets. In addition to the steward's inquiry, jockey objection lodged by Isidro Benuelos on 7 Sizzling Heart. The rider of the number 7 is claiming foul against the riders of the 6. 1 Sweet Wagon and 8 He's a Hawkeye, alleging interference in the running of the final. Hold all tickets. We're still standing by for the result of the photograph. Now that verdict in. Stand by for the steward's decision. Inquiry 17.926, 410, 1934. A flair for politics was 45-1. Upsets the QHREI SSA Futurity. 10 Beach Burner, second to the final. 1-7 Beaches, the unofficial third. 9 Sydney Jack, fourth, and 3 Del Rey's Roland Bayou, fifth. 410 193. Inquiry, objections, hold all. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the number 4, Flair for Politics, with George Torres. A Flair for Politics, a 2-year-old sorrel gelding by Flair for Ivory. Out of the apolitical Jess Mary Political, Deb Tim Eggleston trains for Philip R. Harrison. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Dick Harrison. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of A Flair for Politics. Takes out the final for the QHREI SSA Futurity at 45-1 odds. Again, hold all tickets until official. Winner's presentation after the running of the QHREI SSA Futurity. Restricted Grade 3. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of A Flair for Politics. For the Harrison family, Tim Eggleston and winning jockey George Torres picks up a big one on the card. A Flair for Politics, the winner of the final. Now, the jockey's objections have been disallowed. However, they did make a disqualification. There was an inquiry into the final for the QHREI SSA Futurity. Number 5, CM Eagle Run, was disqualified by the stewards and placed from 9th to 10th for interference in the running of the final. Number 5, CM Eagle Run, disqualified from 9th and placed last. Those objections were disallowed. 410, 193, CM Eagle Run, disqualified 9th to 10th. Result official. The 410 exacta paid $614.40. We'll have a pentafecta carryover, and that'll be on Tuesday's card. There's no pentafecta featured on race 11, the Bob Woodard Memorial, to close out the card. That 10-cent Grand High 5 carryover will go over to Tuesday's card. 50-cent trifecta, $1,100.80. The pick 3, 7 with the 7 with the 4. $1,280.10. Sydney Jack ran fourth in the final. The 10-cent Superfecta 410.19, $645.81. Again, that 10-cent Grand High Five, that Pentafecta carryover shown, that will be featured on Tuesday's card. Race 11, Exacta Trifecta, and the Superfecta. George Torres rides 3, Tatcha Secret. Post time in 17 minutes at 3:42. 45-1. A flair for politics certainly did. Took out the restricted green 3 and the winning connections with Martha Clausen.
Well, when Tim Eggleston has 3 finalists in a futurity, you're trying to think, which one should we talk about? And I think we missed our mark, but boy, did you score with a flair for politics. $93 winner. Tim, congratulations. Your legacy continues in this race. What made the difference today from his trial 3 weeks ago?
Well, he's been real immature, and he just keeps maturing and gets better. And Mr. Torres come up riding for me, and before I legged him up, I said, this horse just keeps getting better. Just ride him like he's an old horse, and I think he's going to really run for you. Don't ride him like he's green. Ride him like an old horse, and I think he's going to do well. And he done a great job, and I appreciate him, and appreciate all my riders. And the owners to have 3 in there was very blessed, and we had a little trouble on the outside, and it worked out for this horse. And like I said, I thank Phil for letting us train him, and it's been great, and been a great year. So. Appreciate everybody.
You got that right with the great year. And you've got this horse probably come back in trials for the Miss Roxy. Is that correct?
Yeah, he'll be back in the trials for Miss Roxy.
That's on Champions Day. So congratulations to you and your team. You had 20 horses in today. Got a couple wins, but the big one was yours. So congratulations, Tim.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
All right. I appreciate you. Okay, Phil Harrison, part of a generation of incredible horsemen that have bred and owned and bought these great horses. So this is the richest edition of this particular sale futurity, and $230,000. It's not all about the money, but you've got to be incredibly proud of how well this horse ran today.
He's a very interesting horse, and wasn't expecting this. I thought the other one would do a little better, but I'm happy with the results.
That's incredible. And the fact that your family bred the horse and you've gotten to see him since he was started out, I mean, I can't imagine what that means to people that support racing in the Hoosier State.
Well, my dad was doing this for 50 or 60 years, and he enjoyed it, and we're continuing to enjoy it. So.
Well, nothing's better than winning with a long shot. So congratulations, Phil. Of course, great ride from Mr. Torres coming in for the day, and of course, Tim Eggleston, his legacy endures. Yep. All right, we'll be back. We got one more stake coming up on our 5th all-quarter horse day. My pleasure.
And they're off. He's a Hawkeye, bobbled. He's a Hawkeye. Will need to overcome that. Fast start for 7 Beaches. Victory Beach past the 220. Oh, some crowding, some bumping in the middle. He's a Hawkeye, got hampered. Charging on the outside, Sydney Jack and Beach Burner with the rail at 7 Beaches. 7 Beaches near home with on the outside a flair for politics who surged to win it. And right there was on the outside Beach Burner and
It is now time for our final t-shirt toss of the day. If you didn't get a chance to receive any free prizes from our previous contest, then head to the winner's circle where we will be throwing some free t-shirts. All right, let's toss.
All right, the Bob Woodard will close out the day here. 11 races on the card, 10 of them in the books already. We're running for $84,000 in this one. It is for Indiana Breds, and we're going that 400 yards once again like we did in the Derby. Big upset there for Tim Eggleston and the 4-horse coming in paying north of $90 on your $2 bet. One of the many reasons we love Quarter Horse Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Louis Rabeau with you. Like I said, last race here in the Woodard Memorial Classic, $84,000 on the line here. We've got a bunch of hard-knocking horses who we've seen a bunch at this track in this field here. We'll start talking on the 6 here, streaking down the beach. I asked Martha earlier if she's much of a streaker at the beach. She indicated no. But it was more about the beaches in Texas than anything else. I hope she has a good flight back to Texas, in fact. If you wanted to play against this horse, it would make a lot of sense because he is over 6 at the distance, but has been lighting up the winner's circle in recent races. Did have a second in a stake a couple back in May, but since then has done nothing but win at the 350 distance. We get Eduardo Diaz in the mount here, which gives me a lot of hope here. He has ticked up from 9-5 to 2-1, excuse me. So about right where they said it on the morning line, but one to watch for sure. Obviously talented son here of Habit Secret, and I think the 7 for 28 lifetime kind of number, and certainly 6 wins here over the surface as well, 17 times and 28 runs in the trifecta for him. Notcher Street is going to break from the 2 here. It is that Munoz-Martinez combination that we've seen have success here as well. Was 5-2 on the morning line, is now the favorite at 2-1. This is another one coming out of a 350-yard lead into this one, but did win at 400 yards 2 back, and in fact is 2 for 3 lifetime at 400 yards with a second-place finish as well. So in his only 3 attempts at the distance, has never been worse than second. I think an absolute must-include here. Was really good in the airborne lead last time out as well. Just didn't quite get there at the end. Lost by less than a neck. Should be part of the equation at the end. Breaking from the inside will be Cisco Beach. Haven't seen a ton of success for the 1-horses on top, but certainly been seeing them get a lot of good checks today. He ran second last out in the aforementioned airborne lead. Before that was third in another stake here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Does have 5 wins over the surface, 2 wins at 400 yards as well. That's a Tony Cunningham trainee. He's due for one of these races for sure. And one more to watch, another one that's had a ton of success at this distance is the 3, Tatcha Street. Fernando Marin, obviously off his mount, so Ricardo Martinez is going to have to find a replacement for him, but does have back-to-back wins in stakes right here at Horseshoe going 400 yards. Now, those weren't as fast as some of the other races of some of the others that are in this field, but if he were to win here, I think none of us would be surprised. Very competitive field of 6 to close the card here. I'll catch up with you right after the race. Good luck in race 11.
Great job, Gary. Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for the 11th race, closing the card with the Bob Woodard Memorial Classic over the 400 yards. A field of 6, 3 Tatcha Secret. The jockey George Torres running for a double. George Torres on 3, the 11-time winner, Tatcha Secret. Presenting the field for the Bob Woodard Memorial Classic of 2025. The one at Cisco Beach. Danny Martinez riding for Tony Cunningham trains. for owners Pamela Brickley Hahn and Craig Zenneberg. Here's another 6-time winner in their midst. To Not Your Secret with Martin Muniz riding for Ricardo Martinez. Number 3, She's Tatcha's Secret. George Torres riding for a double. Up here on an 11-time winner for Ricardo Martinez and Duke Racing LLC of Chris Duke et al. Number 4, AP Miss Luna's Tide. Francisco Quintero riding for Oscar Preciado. Number 5, She's Jessa Riot. Edgar Diaz with a 1 on the card for Claudio Barazza. Trains this Indiana-bred daughter of Jess Zuman for Ted J. Harpold. And 6, Streaking Down the Beach with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Will be another on the card for Tim Eggleston. Has a couple of wins. Trains here the 7-time winner for Buddy Presley. The field for the Bob Woodard Memorial Classic of 2025, Exacta Trifecta and the 10-cent Superfecta, close to post time. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Bob Woodard Memorial Classic to close out the card. Danny Martinez with Cisco Beach first in. Edgar Diaz, Jessa Riot. She uses a flipping halter. Jessa Wright has joined Cisco Beach. Martin Munoz with Not Your Secret. Not Your Secret, like Tacha's Secret, both here for Ricardo Martinez. Tacha's Secret, the 11-time winner, would be a double for George Torres. Francisco Quintero with AP Miss Lunas tied, so stand by. At 400 yards, one more. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Streaking Down the Beach for Tim Eggleston. Finale over the 400 yards. They're in the gate. They're off. The Bob Woodard Memorial Classic, and Tacha's Secret got the squeeze, drops back to last. AP Miss Lunas tied with Streaking Down the Beach over here on the stand side toward the inside Cisco Beach past the 220. Chasing is Not Your Secret. AP Miss Lunas tied. Tacha's Secret is last. Here's Streaking Down the Beach. Streaking Down the Beach and toward the inside. Right there, Jessa Riot. They cross the wire together from Not Your Secret with Cisco Beach. AP Miss Lunas tied. And after being squeezed back, Tacha's Secret last home here in the Saturday finale. Photo finish. Close one to close out the card. Photo finish. Here's the slow-mo. It's gone to 6. Streaking Down the Beach. Narrow margin of victory. There'll be another steward's inquiry. 5, Jessa Riot, pipped at the post. 1, Cisco Beach third, and 2, Not Your Secret fourth. Inquiry concerns just after the start of the Bob Woodard Memorial. Streaking Down the Beach, Tim Eggleston makes it 3 on the card. Eduardo Luna Diaz records his 4th. Streaking Down the Beach here in the Hoosier State. Eduardo Luna Diaz tops the quarter horse jockey standings here this season. Makes it a 4th on the program with Streaking Down the Beach. A hat trick of wins on the card for Tim Eggleston, including the big one in the QHREI SSA Futurity. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Streaking Down the Beach, 4 for Eduardo Luna Diaz. Streaking Down the Beach is a 5-year-old Great Gelding by Habit Secret at a Beach Runner by Escondido Beach. Triple for Tim Eggleston. Trains the now 8-time winner for Buddy Presley, taking out the Bob Woodard Memorial Classic in 19.918 seconds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. There he is, Streaking Down the Beach. Again, do hold all tickets until official ongoing inquiry into the Bob Warder Memorial Classic. Clear-cut win for Streaking Down the Beach from that center of the track path. Takes out a photo finish, making the winner's presentation. Horseshoe Indianapolis Director of Racing, Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak, making the winner's presentation to the connections of Streaking Down the Beach. Once again, do hold all tickets. Here comes the steward's decision. No changes will be made to the running order. There was an inquiry. After the inquiry, no changes made to the running order 6512. That result will stand official, 19.918 seconds. Stand by for the official results and prices after race 11, the Bob Warder Memorial Classic. Official. The exacta 6.5, 53.20. 50-cent trifecta, $60.60. 10-cent superfecta, $43 and change. And the final pick 3 of the day paid $1,669.45. Just to remind all, while that wraps up today's live racing program, First Floor OTB remains open. Pacific Classic from Del Mar coming up. First Floor OTB for simulcast wagering. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Next live race card, that'll be on Tuesday. No live racing tomorrow, nor on Labor Day Monday. Back on Tuesday from 2:10. Coming up from the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the connections of Streaking Down the Beach. Stay tuned for the post-race show with Louis Rabot. Next.
All right, in the winner's circle with the connections of Streaking Down the Beach, including trainer Tim Eggleston. So much of your job is getting up probably earlier in the morning than you would like to. On a big day like this, a triple, sweep the late double. This is a heck of a day. You got to feel great.
Oh man, I don't know. It's just awesome. Words can't explain it. You know, I just want to thank all the guys, you know, that don't get to stand up here and get the I don't know what you want to call it, but anyway, you know, all the guys at the farm, they're all here today, and blessed to have them here. My wife and daughter and the owners and Rolly and this little kid here, you know, Jordan in the back, everybody, Tony, and I just want to thank them all. It's just awesome, you know. It's
0 for 6 at 400 yards coming into the race. What gave you the confidence he could get it done today?
Well, we had him double entered this week, and he was entered in the stakes earlier in the week going shorter, and this come up with a 6-horse field. I said, buddy, he deserves it. You know, give him a shot. He just gets better with age. You know, he had a decent 2-year-old year and a decent 3-year-old, 4-year-old. He's really good. And this year, he's just been awesome.
Let's get Eduardo in here. Come on over. 4 wins on the card for you today. Is that the most you've ever had in a single card?
Español.
4 victorias hoy para ti. ¿Es la máxima que has tenido en tu carrera?
Sí, gracias a Dios. Hoy fue un día especial y muy bendecido.
I asked him if this was the most wins he's ever had on the card. He said, indeed, yes, 4 is the most he's ever had. ¿Qué pasó hoy? ¿Es lo tuyo o es lo caballo?
El caballo se presta muy bien, ha tenido muy buenas salidas, muy buena actitud y gracias al equipo.
Felicidades, okay?
Muchas gracias.
Okay, he said all about the horses, which is what we always hear from traders, jockeys, etc. With Buddy here, the owner. Look, man, these are the good days, are they not?
Yes, they're great days.
This is the good stuff for sure. I mentioned the 0 for 6 coming in at 400 yards. Did you have confidence he'd get it done today?
My trainer did. My jockey did. And my jockey did. He said go. So we went.
What's the next step?
Probably the Classic. It's 400 yards, but probably the Classic. Yeah. He proved he could run it today, and no. He's won 3 in a row. I'm kind of hating for that stumble. But it's okay.
Hey, 3 in a row is 3 in a row. Congratulations again to the connections of Streaking Down the Beach. Tim Eggleston with the triple, Eduardo with a quadruple. And we'll get into the closing show in a minute.
They're off. The Bob Woodard Memorial Classic, and Tatcha's Secret got the squeeze, drops back to last. AP Miss Luna's tied with Streaking Down the Beach over here on the stand side toward the inside. Cisco Beach past the 220. Chasing is Not Your Secret. AP Miss Luna's tied. Tatcha's Secret is last. Here's Streaking Down the Beach. Streaking Down the Beach and toward the inside. Right there, Jessa Riot. They cross the wire together.